I don't wanna wait in I don't wanna wait and wait for your love. From the very first time I placed my eyes on you, girl, my heart says follow through. But I know now that I'm way down on your line. But the waiting feeling's fine. So don't treat me like a puppet on a string. 'Cause I know how to do my thing. Don't talk to me if you think I'm dumb. I wanna know when you're gonna come. See, I don't wanna wait and wait for your love. I don't wanna wait and wait for your love. I don't wanna wait and wait for your love. 'Cause it's summer is here. I'm still waiting there. Winter is here. And I'm still waiting there. Like I said, it's been 3 years since I'm knocking on your door. And I still can knock some more. Ooh, girl, is it feasible? I wanna know now. For I to knock some more. You see, in life I know there's lots of grief, but your love is my relief. Tears in my eyes burn, tears in my eyes burn, while I'm waiting for my turn.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Dubraj, Tassa, and Drums for Life. We start today's gathering. There's a meeting here today. Given how long this program is, there might be a meeting here tonight still. It was Rupert who came up with the idea of the bell as the election symbol of the Working People's Alliance, and this particular bell was gifted by him to Bonita. This bell would be rang at meetings, ringing out the old, ringing in the new, chanting and drumming led by folks like David Hines, Karen D'Souza, the late Osase and Sase Omo. And there's so many of you here today, I can't possibly acknowledge you all. Danuta, Vanda, Lincoln, Trotty, Ogun, Jai, Bonita, of course, Auntie Jocelyn. My name is Alissa Trotz, and on behalf of the family, I would like to thank you for showing up in person and online. For those of you on Zoom, please let people know that you can follow this live on Facebook on CAMS TV. Thanks to Kidaki Amsterdam for that. For this celebration of the life of Rupert Rabindranath Roopnaraine, Uncle Rupert, or RRR to so many of us. I will be your imperfect guide today. This is a solemn time for people who believe in justice. The genocides in Sudan, Gaza, and the Congo, the continued subjection of the people of Haiti, the abduction of the President and First Lady of Venezuela, the bombing of small boats and killing of peoples in our waters, the US blockade against Cuba, and just starting yesterday, the US-Israeli strikes on Iran, just shy of 2 weeks into Ramadan. Jocelyn Dow noted yesterday that Rupert was particularly fond of these lines from Bertolt Brecht, and I thank the archivist Nigel Westmus, the WPA archivist, for pulling up the broadsheet of 1979 July Day Clean, in which these Brecht words were printed. This is the year which people will talk about. This is the year which people will be silent about. The old see the young die. The foolish see the wise die. The earth no longer produces, it devours. The sky hurls down no rain, only iron. But Rupert never succumbed to despair, not even in the face of all this. In a meditation on the Grenadian Revolution, he reminded us that it was the People's Revolutionary Government that led the call for the Caribbean to be considered a zone of peace. And he called on us to, quote, learn the strength of otherness and difference, guard against the fatal arrogance of righteousness, focus on what we agree on, and work persistently and with integrity on differences that are primary contradictions, end quote. He reminded us, quote, that the ideals of a free Grenada, indeed a Caribbean, are worth fighting for, one where men and women dream of a better life for their children and great-grandchildren, confident that no challenge could not be overcome when the power to take charge of their lives rests in the hands of the ordinary people, end quote. Rupert's friend from Jamaica, Trevor Booth, described him as possessing the admirable and multiple qualities of having been, quote, a gentleman, a scholar, a politician on the streets and in the parliament, a sportsman, an author, an art connoisseur, a fine chef, and a gracious host. Today, through the tributes of family, friends, political sistren and brethren, all who Rupert has gathered in person and online today, we offer a brief glimpse into his totality. It is a long program, I hope you all had breakfast, because Rupert has lived such a long and complicated life. So many tributes could not make it onto the podium today, but in particular, we'd like to acknowledge the elder and centenarian, Ayusi Koyana, and thank Kofi Koyana for video recording the tribute that Uncle Ayusi did last night. We have created a website, and at the end of today's events, we will open it and share the link with you. I'd now like to invite Vanda Radzik to the stage to read a poem.
Proem by Martin Carter. Not in the saying of you are you said, baffled and like a root stopped by a stone, you turn back, questioning the tree you feed. But what the leaves hear is not what the roots ask. Inexhaustibly, being at one time what was to be said, and at another time what has been said, the saying of you remains the living of you, never to be said. But enduring, you change with the change that changes, and yet are not of the changing of any of you. Ever yourself, you are always about to be yourself in something else, ever with me.
Seeing Rupert in public, he seemed always restless, always moving. Okay. Yet he was an intensely private and family man. He relished the quiet of Tranquility, Mahaika, a place he found in 1988, driving up and down the coast looking for somewhere to live, a space of quiet, of refuge in the midst of the noise, where he could be a devoted father and grandfather, where he could be still, even with the legendary mosquitoes keeping visitors busy. To remember him, I invite Terry and Alicia Roopnaraine, Rupert's children, Victor and Diego Seco Roopnaraine, who will represent all of Rupert's grandchildren.
Thank you, Alissa. Thank you, Vanda. And thank you all for joining us here today in this celebration of the life of my father, Rupert Roopnaraine. I'm just conscious that I've turned up here with 8 pages of notes to speak about a man who never spoke from notes. But anyway, I'm the first in a long list of persons who'll be sharing their reflections on Rupert's life today. And there are many, many things to say, and I will defer to others who are better placed to speak in depth about my father's political work. And I will also be leaving aside the question of cricket, where his genes have clearly skipped a generation or two. I'm also going to leave any discussion of QC days to Vic. I'm going to speak about what I know best, which is loving my father. Growing up with Rupert, whom I have never called anything else, was an extraordinary privilege, and I recognized this from a very young age. Rupert's positions on child rearing were, like so much in his life, informed by a very conscious process of applying reading to human realities. So the intellectual infrastructure of my childhood was shaped by the writings of Paulo Freire, A.S. Neal, and other progressive thinkers on education and pedagogy. In practical terms, this meant that as a child I was listened to, I had rights, my thoughts and opinions carried a weight in our home which I now realize was uncommon. My endless streams of increasingly pedantic questions received full attention and meaningful responses, no matter what time of day or night they were posed. No topic was ever avoided or censored. I should probably note here too that when my parents eventually divorced and I went to live with my mother, she inherited these expectations and continued to put them rather heroically into practice, a challenge which I appreciate much more now than I did at the time, given that she was at that point in the middle of writing her PhD dissertation. Rupert loathed the idea of age-appropriate vocabularies and felt very strongly that children should never be spoken down to or patronized with simple language and short words. I recently found a letter that Rupert wrote to me in 1976, when I was 9 years old, in which he explained in detail how a filmmaking project was increasingly becoming an act of political resistance. As he put it at the time, to my 9-year-old self, "We are going to give Mr. Burnham a lesson in dialectics." Rupert believed and taught that language matters because it's one of the most important tools for liberating the human spirit, this being as much a truth for children as for adults. Language, of course, was not only political for Rupert, although obviously that was a central feature of his engagement with it. Possessed of an extraordinary aesthetic sensibility, Rupert felt strongly that language, in the broadest sense of that word, could and should be as much about generosity and beauty as about the austerities of signification. To share a home with Rupert was to inhabit an animistic world where words and images in books and paintings and photographs and films took on magical qualities, not only enriching our day-to-day lives, but becoming kind of living co-conspirators in a quest for a better world. In the autumn of 1976, I moved into a house on East Street with Rupert, Luann Jones, Ray Krill, a sound engineer called Susumu Tokuno, and a huge collection of books shipped from Ithaca, New York, in large wooden crates. One of these crates was converted into a terrarium where my small boa constrictor lived. I should add here that Rupert managed to put aside his own antipathy towards snakes so that my fascination with them would have room to grow, quite literally. For the next several months, this nucleus of the Victor Jara collective, named for the revolutionary Chilean musician murdered by the Pinochet regime, completed the filming of The Terror and the Time, a film which went on to become a classic of radical cinema, locating the anti-colonial struggles of 1950s Guyana within a broader and more global interrogation of the inhumanity and hubris of empire. The film was framed through the lens of Martin Carter's poems of resistance and was part of a decades-long conversation with Martin as a reader, friend, and critic. For my part, I briefly attended St. Margaret's at that time, until Rupert decided that I would learn more fetching tripods on the film set than in any classroom. This period, now 5 decades in the past, is engraved in my mind as a time of wonders and excitement. The Terror and the Time opens with a quotation from Fanon and the music of Keith Waite, segueing into Martin Carter reading Cartman of Decline as the eponymous cart driver moves across the screen in the new light of the breaking dawn. It's a remarkable piece of cinematography and an establishing moment for this film. But when I return to it, what I see is all of us pulling the equipment out of the old Land Rover before Decline in Windsor Forest, setting up this shot on a muddy track in uncooperative natural light. The excitement comes washing back over me, and I now understand that Rupert's insistence on my being part of all this was about helping me to recognize that films and books and art do not arrive to do their work fully formed, but as the hard-birthed products of human creativity and endeavor. The follow-on lesson being, of course, that real social change is always grounded in production. As Rupert became increasingly engaged in oppositional praxis throughout the second half of the 1970s, Guyana was becoming an ever more dangerous place. It says something about the risks of the time that he felt I would be safest going to school outside of Guyana. Outside Guyana, in this case being Jamaica, where my mother was teaching at UWI. Friends of a certain age will know that Kingston wasn't so safe either in the late 1970s. My father and I treasured my visits home in the holidays, and it was only years later as an adult that I was able to appreciate the complex balancing act he performed to ensure that my visits were as normal as possible. In truth, there was nothing remotely normal about this situation, and with 40-odd years of hindsight, I'm amazed at Rupert's ability to reconcile the demands of loving fatherhood and political activism. As his son, I experienced a growing awareness of what Rupert was doing and why he was doing it, in spite of ever clearer threats to life and liberty. And I'm grateful to this day for the time and care which he took to explain these things to my 12-year-old self. In 1990, I finished university and joined Rupert in Guyana. He had recently moved into what Alicia has already mentioned, which was then a small off-grid cottage located on a mosquito-infested coconut estate lying between Unity Village and Mahaika. Through the 1990s, he expanded Tranquility Hall, filling it with books, paintings, and sculpture. Politically, this was a time of transition from an insurrectionist to an electoral mode. Aesthetically, it was a time of great creativity when Rupert was free to pursue further writing and film projects. And for me, it was a crux moment, an opportunity to engage with my father as an adult. Sharing readings and writings and reflections, I was able to grasp for the first time the profound parameters and distant horizons of my father's intellectual world. One of my life's greatest regrets is that Rupert's grandchildren, my children and Alicia's, will never have the opportunity to experience this in the way that I did. I said at the beginning that I would generally leave political matters to other speakers on today's program. I would, however, just like to make a small observation about Rupert's way of doing politics during what we might call his parliamentary era. The fact is that however political he may have been, Rupert roundly rejected the label politician and the many negative tropes which he associated with it. For Rupert, there was certainly important political work to be done in Parliament, enacting laws and policy, scrutinizing budgets and the like. But his real pride and joy in political life lay in the work of representation. He was fascinated by the granular details of people's life experiences. And I have lost count of the occasions when he was approached on the streets on the way home by people who had been stonewalled and disempowered at offices and ministries while struggling to resolve one crisis or another. Rupert would always listen respectfully, noting their accounts in a small black notebook, so he could raise their concerns in the right place, facilitate access as needed, and do his best to resolve problems, however mundane they might appear. For Rupert, this was the real accountability of politics and the politics of accountability. And he understood instinctively that issues impinging on real human lives are often far less trivial than they appear when viewed from above. In this line, he also understood that emancipation isn't just about reforming institutions and promoting democracy, but about unleashing the everyday genius and creativity of the human being. Growing up with Rupert was an amazing, complicated, enriching experience in more ways than I have time to describe here. But to take refuge in a much simpler truth, what I will miss most of all is his unquestioning and unconditional love. I have spoken enough now. I'll hand over to my sister Alicia at this point. Before I do that, I would just like to express my very profound gratitude for the love and care which Alicia, my brother-in-law Khaid, and their family and carers have lavished upon Rupert over the past several years, cushioning the effects of declining health. Their care has been a huge source of comfort for me when I have been far away from Guyana. I also know that Rupert took enormous joy from sharing Tranquility Hall with his youngest grandchildren during this time. Finally, on behalf of our entire family, I would like to personally thank Minister of Health, Dr. Frank Anthony, as well as the medical and nursing staff of GPHC and Enmore Hospital for providing care and expertise when it was most needed. Thank you.
Papa, I knew this day would come, but I can't imagine that I'm actually standing here saying goodbye to my first love, the one person who never stopped believing in me and being my biggest supporter in everything I did. In your eyes, I could do no wrong. You simply trusted in my judgment and in my ability to make sensible decisions. My father and I had the closest relationship. There was no Alicia without Rupert, and no Rupert without Alicia. It was the most beautiful father-daughter bond that we were both privileged to experience. All of my childhood girlfriends adored him, and he was their Uncle Rupert, and the father figure that many of them never had. He was the perfect father. The personification of godly qualities. He was kind, humble, generous, patient, compassionate, and the most loving human being I have ever met. When my dad retired from his busy political life, I was determined to remain by his side. So I worked from home just to savor every moment with him. My children brought him the greatest joy, and they lovingly refer to him as Papa Roop. I had always promised my father that I would look after him, that I would never leave his side, and I am happy that I kept that promise until the very end. I have no doubt in my mind that he felt my love, all of it. My heart is heavy. There is a literal hole. But I am at peace knowing that I dedicated every moment to being by his side. And I was guided by the most beautiful Bible principle, which reads and is found at 1 Timothy 5:4. It says, if any widow has children or grandchildren, let these learn first to practice godly devotion in their own household and to repay their parents and grandparents what is due to them, for this is acceptable in God's sight. So I say to you here, if you have aging parents, ailing parents, let it be an honor to lovingly care for them the way they once lovingly cared for you. For this is good in God's sight. It did take a village, and I could not have cared for him alone in his most vulnerable state. My biggest rock and support is my husband, Jahir, Auntie Jocelyn, my mom, and all of you who were there by his side in the final battle. I say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here. And special thanks to my father and to Alicia for their beautiful words. My little brother, Diego, and I both thought that we would share a couple of memories and stories of Rupert, for after all, we do remember him in a very different capacity from all of you. We remember him as our abuelo, which in Spanish means grandfather. I think that regardless of how one remembers Rupert, anybody would recognize that he was an extraordinary person. To briefly echo the words of my father, people will remember him for his truly enormous intellect. He was an exceptional speaker, he was a gifted writer, and he was, above everything, a profound thinker. Many of you here will remember him as a revolutionary who fought to end political oppression and identity politics here in Guyana, and as somebody who strived to bring about unity and empower the disempowered. Parents across the nation will remember him for his deep commitments to education, his fight to make schooling more accessible, and his steadfast belief that Guyana's future was in the hands of its children.
No doubt, there are those who will remember him as their fiercest opponent in bridge, an insurmountable force in Scrabble, or as a dependable teammate in cricket. Those closest to him will certainly remember his delectable pepper pot, his garlic pork, and his somewhat excessively sweet coffee. We will all remember him for a seemingly boundless capacity to love, his kindness towards every stranger, and adoration for his 2 children and five nietos. But beyond all these things, who was Abuelo Rupert to me? To begin with, Rupert and I shared an immediate connection even before I got to know him. We have the same birthday. I like to think it must have been a pleasant surprise to him, maybe even a gift, because it certainly has been for me. Although my grandfather and I have always lived oceans apart, him in Guyana and me in India, Spain, England, or Zambia, January 31st has always been a day I felt we were living together. Sharing this day with my abuelo has always felt so special, and intangibly so, and now it will always be a day to remember an incredible man who is a role model for myself, as well as countless others. To me, Rupert has always been a giver of names. Both my Guyanese and Spanish sides of my family have always referred to me as Gooch. How Gooch came about from Diego, I'm still unsure of. But I do know that it was Rupert who gave it to me, and it has somewhat comedically stuck. My grandfather has also coined the nickname suffix us, which the rest of us now attach to our various pets. Cat became Catus, Gato became Gatus, and our beloved dog Lorca became Lorcus. In a small but very meaningful way, Rupert's name-giving affected the language my family uses to convey love and affection. When I was younger, my abuelo and I would spend hours cradled together on his wapeshana hammock, either listening to some Marley or watching the television, more often than not, the BBC, as Pumpkin purred on the sofa. In retrospect, these moments were incredibly special. Rupert was a truly genuine man who cared deeply for his family and acted as a voice for those who most needed to be heard. Rupert, you will forever be missed, hopefully eventually not in a sad way, but instead a source of motivation and hope.
My abuelo had more gifts across more areas than I think most people could ever hope to have in only one. And this is partially why my brother and I both think that there are still so many different versions and stories of him that live in so many different minds. I, for one, will always remember him as an expert in all things kite, as I'm sure many of you might. I often think about a trip that my family made to Lower Zambezi in the heart of Zambia, when little me was fascinated by these very, very sticky and incredibly yellow-orange berries. I'm sure many of you already know what these are. When I asked Papa, my father, what they were, he told me that the abuelo would know. And surely enough, he immediately recognized them as glama cherries, which he had spent many a day harvesting for their adhesive qualities in kite making. Along the same lines, one of my fondest memories of us is when the abuelo came to visit us in London and taught Diego and I how to make a kite on the dining room table. I remember how we both huddled up close to him to watch his nimble assembly. And if I close my eyes, I can still picture his craftsmanship and remarkable attention to detail almost a decade and a half later. Although I do not remember whether or not takeoff was successful, I do like to imagine that it was. So indeed, my abuelo was an extraordinary man. And even though he is now at rest, his truly enormous presence will continue to fill every room in his beloved Tranquility Hall. And it will live on in the uncountable number of people whose lives he made better. Ultimately, I do believe that his spirit will continue to soar just as his kites did. Thank you.
Ready, Karen? I love you, Papa Roop.
Would you like me to read it for you? I'm going to read on behalf of my nephew. Rupert, my grandfather, was such a generous man who always wanted peace. He would always be peaceful. I used to call him Papa Roop. He was a great example of a father and a grandfather. I remember in every night, he would come to my room and read me stories. I want to follow his beautiful qualities such as compassion, generosity, kindness, and humility. You were a great grandfather. I remember we would jump around in your room and drive you completely crazy. I'm glad we did. We will miss you a lot, Papa Roop. Love from Karim, Katarina, and me, Zayden. We love you so much.
Thank you to Zayden, Kareem, Katarina, Victor, Diego, Terry, and Silke, Alicia, and Yahir. In its tribute, the Guyana Human Rights Association noted that Rupert's, quote, political activism was driven in large part by recognizing that the only way to eradicate poverty without humiliation is to recognize a full range of social services as rights. Working people have a right to pensions, to decent housing, and to health services embodied in law and the Constitution. It is not humiliating to receive what is owed to you as a right. Unlike most of us, Dr. Roopnaraine paid attention to the cost of social humiliation, end quote. Rupert insisted that public people must use public services, which he consistently did. The family has been touched by the standard of care he received at all the public health facilities in Guyana, at Maikoni, Enmore, and particularly at the Georgetown Public Hospital, whose care team had written to the family last year when he was in the ICU, and I quote from their letter, "He has been a stalwart and still is that exemplary one for us all. We owe him lots. Thank you for allowing us the privilege to be part of his care," end quote. We move now to a group of tributes. Karen D'Souza is unable to be here, so I will read her tribute to begin, and then she will be followed by Wazir Mohamed, who will also offer some words on behalf of Brother Lincoln Van Slytman, Sharla Hernandez, a member of the extended Roopnaraine family, and in your program is our brother Tacuma Ogunseye, but David Hines, who is here and currently a member of Parliament for APNU, will be speaking on behalf of the Working People's Alliance. So I'll begin with Karen. I want to remember a few snippets of my engagements with Rupert that are not often, if at all, spoken about. We can read about all his public achievements and contributions as politician, his brilliant scholarship and creativity, but equally impactful were his small displays of kindness and concern for others and the care he showed for his community in concrete, intentional ways. I first met Rupert when I was thinking of leaving the university after being there for a year, and he influenced me to stay on. His classes were a joy, challenging, informative, and very relaxed, no stiff formalities. They were an eye-opener as to what the university could be, a place of collective care, where the generation of knowledge is not based on exclusion, but on ensuring each person had the means to participate. Rupert saw the necessity of this. He organized classes at his home to reduce travel costs for his students and offered housing to one student who was paying for lodging to attend the university. He also inspired in myself and others in his students an appreciation of the colonial history of Guyana and the history of and the possibility of resistance to the colonial powers. I spent many hours on and off campus organizing viewings of his documentary, Terror and the Time, the story of the Guyanese people's fight for independence and self-determination, produced by the Victor Yara Collective. This is a documentary that should be universally viewed in Guyana, particularly in these times. Rupert did not just teach about the politics of resistance and solidarity, he practiced it. Recognizing that the young people volunteering at the first WPA center had no income and spent most of their days in the center or out organizing, he committed to raising donations so that we could have a meal of bread and cheese and fruit every day, a veritable feast in those days. I still laugh when I remember Rupert and Walter tiptoeing out of the center to escape the rage of Brian Rodway, the WPA's graphic artist and chief printer, about their lateness to deliver materials he was waiting for. Rupert's community began with and was rooted in his family. He loved children, and his joy in the grandkids, Victor, Diego, Jaden, Kareem, and Katerina, was tangible. Thank you to the community of carers that convened at Mahaika. Walk good, Rupert. I send you some lines from Martin. My course is set. I give my sail the wind to navigate the islands of the stars, till I collect my scattered skeleton, till I collect. Wazir, Sharla, and David.
After Walter was assassinated in 1980, Rupert quite literally took the helm of the WPA. Among those of us in the front line, he quietly earned the title the helmsman. Today, there were people on the front line not only in Guyana, but outside of Guyana. Today, Lincoln Van Slytman is with us, who is one of Rupert's very, very close confidant and friend. We also remember people like Kojo Namdi and others abroad who played an important role. From the time Rupert re-entered the political scene in 1976, his mission was always clear. In an essay, in one of his essays, In the Sky's Wild Noise, he wrote, and I quote, "In the end and in the beginning, the task before us is national reconciliation, which is a necessary condition, and a necessary condition for that is a national conversation on race." That conviction guided him throughout his life. He believed firmly that the existing state mechanisms, such as the Ethnic Relations Commission or its predecessors, does not cut it. Rupert dedicated himself always to the unfinished work of reconciliation. He was at his best in the presence of Guyana's diverse communities, African, Indian, indigenous, and others. And he consistently encouraged these communities to act in concert. When the history of that period, the period 1970 to 2026 is written, Rupert's unwavering commitment to a multi-ethnic future for Guyana will be in that history. Though this is not yet fulfilled or realized, his example will shine brightly. This is a legacy for current and future generations to ponder, to critically appraise, and to claim. He believed Guyana's future depended on a government that represents all its people. So, from the time he re-entered, he worked along with Walter and others, advocating for government of national unity and reconstruction. From 1986 to 1992, he was at the forefront in the struggle for a united opposition. In 1990 to 91, he led talks with President Hoyt for a caretaker government to oversee fair and free elections. This is an initiative which found favor with the PNC, but did not find favor with the rest of the opposition. I must say that pained him greatly. In 1999, Rupert immersed himself in the constitution reform process, which brought meaningful, though limited, changes. He saw it as the beginning, not the end. During the crisis of the early 2000s, what he described as a period when Georgetown and nearby villages were turning into a killing field, Rupert could not accept the existence of phantom death squads or the extrajudicial killing of hundreds of young men. His call for reconciliation intensified with urgency following those killings. Around 2010, in private conversation with me, he spoke to me about rapprochement with the PNC, a process that would ultimately contribute to the formation of APNU. Whether one agreed or disagreed with tactical decisions he made, Rupert's compass was always pointed towards national healing. He was welcomed and housed in communities across the sugar estates, bauxite towns, rice farming villages, indigenous communities and urban centers of Guyana. Among the people, and I would only sing out a couple of them, among them were Madan and Baba Pedia of Leonora, militants in the sugar industry who opened their home to him. Their house hosted the meeting that brought together sugar and bauxite workers to act in concert in the 1980s. I also remember Sumdat and Baby of number 67 Village Quarantine, whose home, in effect, became an annex of the WPA. From there, Rupert monitored attacks on rice farmers. I recall vividly his pain one Saturday morning when Rosie, the 13-year-old daughter of Rohit Ramcharan, a school teacher and rice farm at number 57, was arrested because in the kitchen there was more rice than the law allowed. I first encountered Rupert in August 1979 when he brought greetings from the WPA to the PVP 20th Congress at Annandale Secondary School. At the time, I was a member of the PPP and its youth arm, the PYO. Later that year, Rupert, Walter Rodney, and I, Bonita, visited our family compound at Lady Stain. Our elder, Mr. Rahman, a long-standing PPP associate, immediately warmed to Walter Rodney and Rupert. That visit marked the beginning of our family's deep relationship with the WPA. Rupert became part of our family. One morning in February 1980, I was having breakfast with Rupert and Walter at his New Garden Street home. They asked me, Wazir, why you're not in the WPA full-time? That morning, I made the decision to leave my job in the private sector and commit myself fully to the struggle. After Walter was killed, our bond deepened. I moved into Rupert's New Garden Street home, and for 6 to 7 years, we shared a dwelling. During those years, Rupert developed a deeply respectful and politically intimate relationship with UC, who was more than a colleague. He was a mentor, elder brother, and moral compass to all of us in the front line. Many nights, Rupert would knock on my door and say, Wazir, you up? Come, let me go to Buxton. And this was like 1 o'clock in the morning. Guyana's living room became a site of late-night conversations, strategy sessions, and careful planning as we pressed forward the struggle for democratic rights. And Sister Jocelyn Dow was the driver on those occasions. When his health began to fail in 2016, Rupert called and asked me to assist him in the Ministry of Education. When I asked why he chose me, he said, Waz, you know me more than many people. I want someone who would bring my culture, the WPA culture, into the ministry. That was Rupert, loyalty of purpose rooted in shared struggle. Let me end with this. Rupert was not merely a Guyanese revolutionary and patriot. He was part of a generation of intellectuals from the global south who returned home after studying abroad to shape the politics, economy, and culture of their countries. Time does not permit me a full accounting of his international engagements. His deep personal relationship with Maurice Bishop and Daisy Bautasa, him shepherding the formation of the Suriname-Guyana Friendship Society to address the concerns of Guyanese who had migrated to Suriname, his involvement in the Socialist International, his solidarity with the Cuban Revolution, and his efforts to build bridges across the Caribbean left movements. I'm better because Rupert was my close friend. Together with UC, Bonita, Moses, and I and others, we shared a bond forged in struggle and sustained by love and respect. Rupert was a son to my mother, a friend and comrade to my brother Amir. He was family at Lady Stain. He was uncle to our sons Akib and Abdul. Sharla, the boys, and I will forever cherish our memories of and with him. To Jocelyn Dow, the proverbial mother of that defiant generation. Thank you for being a pillar of strength, especially for Rupert's final years. And to Terry Silky, Victor Diego, Alicia, Jahir, and the children, thank you for sharing Rupert with us. It was indeed a life well lived. And as we part with his mortal remains, let us remember his consistent concern about literacy in underprivileged communities, including indigenous communities. As Minister of Education, he was less concerned with grand buildings than with the training of teachers, bringing culturally relevant curriculum into the schools and textbooks rooted in Guyanese mythology and history. He advocated for the University of Guyana to become a leading world-class institution governed by a non-partisan and independent council and resourced adequately to thrive. He supported the teaching of indigenous languages in schools and championed the inclusion of music instruction in every school. The now active bilingual Wapichan English program for Wapichan children and leaders stand among his signal achievement as Minister of Education. He left us a rich and enduring legacy. My brother, we will meet on the other side. Thank you.
I'm Sharla Hernandez from St. Ignatius, Latam, Region 9. I have met Dr. Roopnaraine in the year 2000. Before that, I had met Terry, his son, and I later on moved to Georgetown to Cayman work. I started living the first place in Dr. Roopnaraine's home with his children, me being big sister to Alicia, Terry being big brother to me. So we were all protective of each other. And they were my family away from home, from my original home. The home there provided was a mixture of culture, rich indigenous and culture from all over the world where Dr. Roopnaraine had visited and worked. So the food, we all share different cultures, learn from each other, and Scrabble being one of our evening games, and to this day I pass it on to my children who are now learning that in their community. Working, I remember in 2000, during election times when we had the unrest on the East Coast. We used to go home as family, go home very late, 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, and there was fire blocking all the pathway going to Mahaico. And we, as family, we would be at the back of the vehicle, and the road was blocked. And I remember him saying, y'all keep inside. And the people there in Ansgrove, Buxton, they were like, who comes there? Nobody pass here. And he was like, winding on his window, and he's like, oh, it's Dr. Roopnaraine. Allow him to pass, he can go home. And this was the likeness of people who appreciate and love this man. Likewise, during some of our, I went on a campaign with him. I've been in Region 1, Region 2, all regions in 2000. We visited all communities, indigenous, and in Essequibo, we went all up rivers, and he was welcomed by many. Their homes were open to him. Sometimes we reached unexpected, we were welcomed. So that has remained, and being part of the family, we have continued. I remember another occasion where he was this very protective father for me. I had moved out from his home, I was living another place, and he was like, a weekend I went out to Bartica without informing anyone. I mean, Auntie Jocelyn was part, she's always the auntie of us, right? And I went out this weekend. I don't know if Auntie Jocelyn could remember. I went out this weekend, went to Bartica, didn't inform nobody around the circle, and Monday morning for work, everybody was like, where were you? We're about to send the police for you. This was Dr. Roopnaraine. I never forget it. And he was a father. Away from home, he was there. Then I moved back to the Roopnaraine. From time to time, he would call and ask me how I'm doing. In the education system, I was working in Region 9 in the education system. He used to call and ask me what was our needs, what we expected, and so I wasn't there, Reno, but I had this direct communication with the minister who happens to be my dad, adopted dad at the time. He will forever be missed. I am happy that I had the opportunity to have the fond memories of him, and we will continue to be together and work together, whatever there is that he has left as an example for us. May his soul rest in peace and beyond with our ancestrals. Thank you very much.
We come today to bid farewell to one of the consequential figures of our independence journey. Rupert was a consequential figure, is a consequential figure in an era of consequential figures. So much has been said already about his contributions, and so much more will be said today and in the days and months and years to come. I speak today on behalf of the WPA. I look across the audience and I see so many WPA stalwarts who've come here to join with the family and the friends and the rest of Guyana to send home our brother. Rupert, I would refer to as Mr. WPA. Mr. WPA came back to this country, plunged himself into the work of the party. He left an academic career overseas to come back to this country at a time when it was risky to do so. The ultimate sacrifice of a revolutionary. Later, he would leave his job at the University of Guyana to become a full-time activist of our party. The ultimate sacrifice again. There is a myth that the WPA died as a party when Walter Rodney was brutally murdered. It's a myth. After Walter's assassination, it was then that we got down to the business of building the party, setting up groups across the country, building internal organs. And Rupert was at the center of that work, going from community to community, village to village, forming party groups. He was very active in building up the internal organs of the party. Many would credit him with building the internal party organs. He gave activist leadership to our party. He gave ideological leadership to our party, shaping our praxis. Rupert was the ultimate Caribbean radical, coming out of that tradition that went beneath the surface and that went to the roots of who we are as a country, a region, and a culture. Rupert Roopnaraine was a peace builder, a peace builder. He was a warrior, but a warrior who simultaneously worked for peace. He was a warrior for justice, a warrior for fairness, a warrior for humanity. He loved humanity. In 1986, Rupert was instrumental in the formation of the Patriotic Coalition for Democracy, an umbrella organization of the opposition parties at that time. He worked tirelessly, overcoming ideological and other differences of emphasis with the other main opposition party, the People's Progressive Party. The Patriotic Coalition for Democracy was to lead the final steps towards the democratic opening of the early 1990s. But I think Rupert's final hour was the formation of the APNU. Along with Dr. Clive Thomas and Mr. Robert Corbin of the PNC. He worked assiduously to bring that organization into being. Today, the APNU is a household name. And I'm certain that Rupert was the person who actually coined that name, a partnership for national unity. I remember going out with Rupert on Sunday mornings as we were bringing the APNU into being. We would go to the West Bobese villages. And when we entered the African villages, the people would tell us, "Doctor, are we glad? Are you come together now? Are we not going to choose between Bornam people and Kwayana people no more?" Rupert was not an emotional person. Certainly, I didn't see much emotion in him, but after those comments, he was very emotional. And he turned to me, he said, "David, in struggles sometimes there are unintended consequences. And we have to work harder to make this APNU work because it is for those people. Those people." The APNU was his baby. I remember him on the campaign trail in 2011 election. And Rupert was at his best. Many people have been commenting on his ability to speak well, an orator. And there was Rupert blending the formal English with the language of the oppressed and taking our country to another level. He was there on the campaign trail. And as we would say in our villages, he had the audiences eating out of his hand. A compelling political communicator if there was one. Rupert Roopnaraine. Rupert, if it at all it is possible to transcend race, Rupert Roopnaraine transcended race. He was equally comfortable in Indian villages. I didn't see him very much in Amerindian villages, but I heard of his comfort with those. He was equally comfortable in African villages. I saw him work Linden and Georgetown, but especially my village, which is not a 3 cents village. But Rupert became a naturalized citizen of that republic, of Buxton. He often would tell me that he had more, and it was true, it is true. He had more godchildren in Buxton than me, including one of my sons. And over the past week, so many Buxtonians of different generations have been coming to me and telling me Rupert Roopnaraine stories. Those who worked on his home, those who worked with him politically, those who he would stop and share a little message with. And they sent me with a message here today to the WPA and the family to tell you that we would be holding a night of reflection in that republic to honor this outstanding son of Guyana. And so, the time has come for us to say this goodbye. It is difficult. Rupert, there was something about that chap. Something about him. And I'm getting personal now. When Brother UC in 1979 held his hand and Walter Rodney's hand and Clive Thomas and said, these are the symbols of the new politics. How prophetic Guyana was. And I remember looking at this curly-haired boy and saying, but this boy, something about him. I knew many times Rupert disagreed with some things. I said, but never said one day, David, I disagreed with you. Never said one day. He would talk with me, and I knew he was manners in me. In his own way, without saying, I disagree with you. Rupert and others in the WPA were instrumental in shaping a generation of Guyanese, a generation or two of us in the WPA. I dabbled with academia because I wanted to be like Rupert Roopnaraine and Clive Thomas and Walter Rodney and Guyana and others. We say goodbye. He was a Martin Carter specialist. Martin Carter, we used to say, wasn't easy to understand sometimes. And we would go to Rupert to interpret Martin for us. And so I end with the words of Martin Carter. Death must not find us thinking that we die. Too soon, too soon. A banner draped for you. I would prefer the banner in the wind, not bound so tightly in a scarlet fold. Sudden with your people's stairs, flashing on the pole we bear aloft, down and beyond this dark lane of rags. Dear brother, If it must be that you speak no more with us, nor smile no more with us, nor march no more with us, then let me take a patience and a calm. For now the greener leaf explodes, sun brightens stone, and all the river burns. Now from the morning vanguard moving on, we salute you, and we say, death will not find us thinking that we die. The Rastaman said, one bright morning, when my work is over, fly away home. The Congo people said, and Rupert became a Congo Creole. See them go away, one by one. Well, good, my brother. Say hello to Walton and Dye, and OheneKoama, and Edward Dublin, and all the conquest soldiers. Go take communion perhaps for the first time in your life from Malcolm and Father Dark.
Barbadian novelist and Rupert's friend George Lamming reminds us of the importance of culture, symbolized always by the laboring human hand, which makes meaning out of the scraps of the world around us, and the importance of what George called the sovereignty of the imagination for a truly independent Caribbean. As if to remind us of this and of our imperfect independence, Rupert left us on February 23rd, Republic Day, which also marks the Berbice slave rebellion led by Cuffy. And Cuffy takes us to Rupert's friendship with the artist Philip Moore, sculptor of the 1763 Cuffy Monument, who Rupert pays tribute to in a meditation on the reconciliatory power of the artistic imagination, and I quote, "Could anyone in 1979, year of rebellion and sharp steel, have imagined that in 1996, I would be sitting in President Burnham's attic thinking about art and its power to redeem? Philip Moore is the bridge I crossed to get there," end quote. In that spirit, I would also like to acknowledge His Excellency President Irfan Ali's beautiful tribute, a copy of which can be found in your program. And I would like to acknowledge among us today President Donald Ramatar, Prime Minister Moses Nagamutu, and former Mayor Pandit Rupnaraine. Please give them a... And we recognize Rupert's commitment to the cultivation of an aesthetic sensibility in the artwork that you see here, Albert Fussum, and the sculpture by Desmond Ali. Desmond wrote a moving letter on behalf of his family and the Guyana United Artists, recognizing that Rupert's support helped to develop many young Guyanese as artists. We move now to another group of tributes, beginning with OheneKoama, curator at Castellani House, followed by the artist Stanley Greaves. That will be read by Major General retired Joe Singh. A tribute by David Abdulah, currently the leader of the Movement for Social Justice and one-time General Secretary of the Oilfield Workers Trade Union. That will be read by Vikram Tamboli. And remarks by Deo Prasad, who is unable to be here from London, but they will be read by his daughter Nadia Prasad. Nadia and Arusha traveled from London to join us here today. So it will be Ohene, Major General, Vikram, and Nadia.
Sorry, I must make a disclaimer. I am not good at this, and I will never be good at it. It's not a thing that we are accustomed to. I probably knew that day was coming because I've known Dr. Rupnaraine for a long time. And I have the privilege of also referring to him as Uncle Rupert. I also have another disclaimer. I don't know death. I've never died, so if anyone here has died before, please let me know what it is like. Because we can never get accustomed to it. Doesn't matter how long you've been around someone or know them, when that time comes, it's apparently a hole or empty void that's in you. It's hard to actually hold on to or acknowledge it. The person is not there anymore. There's so many theories about where we go, and there's so many sentiments said that we'll reach again. I'm not sure, because all I've known is what happened in the time I was alive, and I'm alive. I have known Dr. Rupnaraine for quite a long time. I am actually a child in the Working People's Alliance. I've never signed the paper to say I'm an official member. I was actually born into it. My father was there. He was a colleague of Dr. Rupnaraine in the beginning of the Working People's Alliance. If many of you know, the center was in the Tiger Bay. I was around 6 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, 7. When I was 6 years old, when I was 7 years old, sorry, my father died. My father was the first of the group that formed the WPA and worked together for a better cause for the Guyanese people. He was the first to be assassinated. I remember well being in that center in Tiger Bay with my mom. And the aura and the atmosphere was never quite settling for a child. It was a bit gloomy, dark, but those people that had the minds that want to lead this country sat there and planned and worked together and did stuff that was so amazing. And in the end, there was a set of people, not a set of people. We do so many bad things to each other. One set of people decided that they don't have the right to live. So they started to pick them one at a time. So I had to grow with that, with the loss of my father. And then the following year, in 1980, my father died in 1979. In 1980, they took Walter Rodney. It was the worst period for the WPA. I couldn't hide who I was. I could have never hide it. I went to school, and I recall my teachers calling me a WPA child. Those were really trying times. Those weren't comforting times. I never told my mom things that happened while I was in school, obviously. I recall that sometimes I was even denied some textbooks when there were enough for students in the classroom. The teacher that led the class decided that because I'm a child of a WPA, these books are not deserving to give to me. So I just wanted to be alive. I just wanted to have a childhood days like everyone else, to be in school. But years went by, and everyone knows what happened afterwards and so on. Every time I am at the WPA Center, I would see Dr. Roopnaraine, and there's some memories that I can never forget. You know, there are things that you see as a child. When Dr. Roopnaraine came around, when Umawali Lumumbu, can't remember his last name, Father Malcolm, and all my aunts, Aunt Vanda, Aunt Radzik, Luther, Aunt Jocelyn, and I'm so lucky to have all these aunts around me. The best of intellects I would ever see, because I think at one time the WPA was labeled as the best intellectual party around. I recall seeing Dr. Roopnaraine would be coming in. And those of you who know him, you know he used to smoke. Right? I remember in times when my mom, when we would gaff, she would say, you know, Dr. Roopnaraine is a chimney, he's smoking, but when he says something, it's amazing. So I would be there watching with him coming in, looking all chic. I was just a child. And after the conversations with members or staff or so on around, he would retire to his own quiet little retreat on the balcony or in the corner, and he would take out that cigarette and he would light it and he would put it in such a particular way, like some of the movies you see with those cowboys, right? They smoke the little pipe or the cigarette. And I remember looking at him and I said, wow, a man of such intelligence and grace and cleverness in the mind. Maybe I should smoke, I will be like him. That never happened. But I wouldn't lie, I tried a cigarette once and it was like I nearly coughed my life to death. So that wasn't for me. So as I passed through school and everything else, I told myself, my sister, I have one sister and two brothers. And we said to each other, we would have our own conversation. Will we ever be in politics? Will we ever suffer the fate of our father? And those conversations were among my mom at times. And she was very concerned about that. But she never got very serious until I joined the Borough School of Art. And when I joined that Borough School of Art, I recall an event in 1992, at the change of government. Shaka Kawayana, Rodney, came home and held a vigil in front of the Attorney General office. That was serious business. I was a student. I came out and saw him at the very early start of it. And I sat with him and I said, Shaka, I didn't know you were here, but this is what you were doing. It's home for me. I actually feel it. And I sat with him from the early on until there were response that they will open the inquiry to the death of Dr. Walter Rodney. We sat there. I was with him there, right through to the end of it. My mom got a fit. She saw that, and she spoke with me when I went home, because at times I would be at the art school. To be honest, I had colleagues there. We would spend overnight working, enjoying what we do. When I went home, I had the first serious conversation relating to that event and what took care. She said to me, for the first time, I'm now going to ask you, and I would be happy if you can commit to your words. She says, can you promise me not to be in politics? And I said, why? Which she said, I've never gotten over the death of your father. And indeed, she never did. I never had a stepfather, never had another figure. The common thing, mom goes on and moves on to have another husband, or it never happened. Until the end of her life, just a couple of years ago. She always spoke of my dad and respected my father and respected our choice in careers and so on. But she asked. She respected our choices in career, but she asked, please don't get into politics. So I couldn't be the arm in politics along with Dr. Roopnaraine. But I got involved in something I dearly loved, which was visual arts, which today I'm at the National Gallery of Art, Castellani House, which Dr. Roopnaraine is very much familiar with. The first time I saw him at Castellani House while I was working there, when he came in, he said, Ohene. And he looked at me and he did like, he had this charismatic smile and this way about him. And I reflected him, I said, yes. He says, here we are. That's all he had to say. I knew exactly what he was saying after that. He just said, here we are. And I remember too, not too long ago, when he became the Honorable Minister. He was the Minister of Education, and we held an exhibition at Castellani House where I do the formalities of introducing him. So it's kind of awkward being here at this mic, to be honest to tell you, because it was me at the mic saying, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Minister, Dr. Roopnaraine, and he would walk to the mic and deliver as he usually would. There's no paper in the hands. We heard it from a few persons. He never spoke from a piece of paper. It was amazing. I don't know how he did it, but I admired it. And to be honest, I tried it several times, but never got it proper. But I survived at the mic. He was admired in the world of art for what he did for the arts. Stanley Greaves, he collected a lot of the works from Stanley Greaves. He acquired the works from Desmond Alley, he acquired the works from Albert Fewsome, and a few other artists. And he did so many things with art. Met so many persons in the curatorial positions in art or writers in art, even through the Caribbean. He collaborated and wrote a piece on Ras Butcher and Akim, who I met in Trinidad after a while. And it was amazing how he was so versatile and flexible. Versatile and flexible. He knew the arts through the Caribbean too. So with that ability, I would have wished that we had a really impactful and comprehensive work done on visual arts in Guyana. And he would have been the first and foremost authority on something comprehensive. But he did wrote little bits of work, really impactful work, especially with Philip Moore and other areas of the art. So, I said I wasn't good at this. He's going to be missed, really going to be missed. I wasn't coming to grip when he was ailing. And I had made some promises that there were things I wanted to assist him with a small collection in his home. And it never happened while he was alive. So I'm really going to miss him. I really feel really awful. It's as though he wasn't supposed to die now. It shouldn't be. Stanley Greaves is at 92, 91, 92. And I am of this view that this group of persons in the WPA, they will go past 100 years. They will see a few generations. I'm holding on to that. they will see a few generations of us coming up and what we'll do and make their assessments, mentor if possible. But I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss him. So on behalf of my family, my brother, my sisters, my brothers, my cousins who are aware of him too, and I will take a little bit of privilege on behalf of the artist fraternity. We want to express our deepest condolences to his family, his daughter, his son, and we're going to miss him. Oh, I must remember too, you know, it's strange. His intellectual capacity in his son, I was having a conversation, Terry Roopnaraine, and reminded him, which he didn't remember, while I was at the art school, Borough School of Art, under the tutelage of many persons, Aunt Bonita Harris, is she here? She did a session with us, artists. We had a weak point where research wasn't a thing that we hold on to or would like. We just want to paint and sculpt and draw. But she identified that research was an important aspect of what we were doing as artists. And along with that session, she invited Dr. Terry Roopnaraine. And as soon as he came, I said, wait, no, it's Terry, it's not Dr. Roopnaraine. He actually looked the same. But that session was one of the most fruitful sessions I've had. Assisted us in providing the necessary tools that we need for our dissertation, which was a diploma in the visual arts. So I'm grateful for that encounter. And I reminded him a few months ago when we met about that encounter. So my deepest condolences to the family again, on behalf of my family, and with privilege, on behalf of the arts fraternity. Thank you very much.
When Sister Jocelyn called me earlier this week to ask me whether I wish to speak at his funeral, at his ceremony, or his homegoing, I politely declined because I said my relationship with Rupert was a very personal one, and that I would defer to others who I know would wish to speak. As fate would have it, Stanley Greaves called me and said that Sister Jocelyn had asked him to do a tribute to Rupert. And because he's in the US, and as pointed out by Brother Ohene, he's now in his early 90s. He obviously would not wish to travel at this time. So he messaged me and said, Joe, I'm sending this message, but I would like you to read it. Would you agree? And I said, well, Stanley, how could I refuse? And that's why I'm here. I want, on behalf of my wife, Carlin, who's here with me, to express sincere condolences to Terry, to Silke and your children, Alicia, Jahir, and your children, who are part of my family. The reason why I told Sister Jocelyn that it was very personal, because I said my farewell to Rupert 2 days actually, before his 83rd birthday. I tried as much as possible over the last 20 years to spend time with him on a one-to-one level. I knew Rupert from QC, but he was 3 years my senior. But we became very close in the mid-1980s. He respected my work, and I respected his work. But we found common areas and built trust over the last 3 decades. So I asked Alicia if I could visit knowing his condition, and she said, sure. So I went there on the Thursday before his birthday. Carlin sent a cake, and I took a bottle of wine, which Alicia, I don't know if you were able to open it because you said you will, you drank it out? Oh, you drank it out. Oh. But it was 30 minutes, because I didn't want to put him under pressure, 30 minutes that will remain with me for the rest of my life. When I went into the room at Tranquility Hall, he was listening to classical music. There was an orchestra playing on television. And then the caregiver came in, and I asked her to put up the cake that I brought. And he said, no, I want a piece. Well, I did hear from Jocelyn that he had a sweet tooth. So one slice became 2 slices. And I don't know if that helped him, but we had a chat, first about classical music, secondly about Stanley Greaves' paintings, which were mounted in his room, thirdly, Terry, about you and Alicia, and how proud he was of both of you and your grandchildren, and of course, his daughter-in-law and son-in-law, Jahir. So we spoke a little bit about that, and then his final thing was, Joe, look outside. What do you see? And through the window of his bedroom, you can see the trees of the Mahaica Creek. And he said, are you hearing the bird? And I said, yes, Rupert, I'm hearing the bird. The bird, of course, was in his mind, because you couldn't hear it. So that was my memory and my farewell, because I knew after that I would not see him again alive. So, my brother, for 3 decades, I'm here to read you and to read to you the offering by Stanley Greaves. My wife, Stanley, selected me. Again, I should explain. I've known Stanley since 1962. And how that came about is because I was doing A-level art with E.R. Burroughs, and he was a member of the working people's art class. And there were 2 paintings which struck me. One was The Land of the Dolorous Dead by E.R. Burroughs himself. And the other was There's a Meeting Here Tonight, one by Burroughs and one by Stanley. And Stanley is the one who interpreted The Land of the Dolorous Dead for me. And you can read about that in his book, The Primacy of the Eye. It was in 1977 that Rupert Roopnaraine walked into my office at the University of Guyana. He looked at me as if he already knew me. After introducing himself as joining the Faculty of Arts, the lecture in literature, he proceeded to describe a particular painting of mine I had done in 1955 entitled Evolution, which belonged to Dr. Frank Williams. To state that I was astounded is putting it mildly. It turned out that he was a friend of Vanda, our late sister Vanda, the daughter of Dr. Frank Williams. Roopnaraine said that he used to see the painting in her home, wondering what it was all about. Dr. Williams had asked me to do a painting based on the history of the world by H.G. Wells, which was one of his favorite books. In subsequent conversations with Rupert, he provided background to his being in Guyana. We had interesting conversations, Stanley writes, about art and literature and the position they held in creative arts. At the university, the students had great respect for Dr. Roopnaraine. Stanley, you recall, was a lecturer at the university, and were invited to his home to have discussions and free access to his library. I once saw him lecturing under a tree near to my office, Stanley's office. Because he was interested in visual arts, a group which included Rupert, Jocelyn Dow, and Vanda Radzik formed the Dorothy Tate Foundation in an effort to support local artists and acquire and retain significant pieces of artwork that were housed at what is now Cara Lodge. During a period when he took leave from being actively involved in politics, he decided to write a book about my work. He was given access to my journals and photographs, writes Stanley. I later suggested that the book should be entitled Primacy of the Eye. A child sees and experiences things before it talks. In 2005, it was published by Pipal Tree Press, owned and managed by Jeremy Pointing. In the early 1990s, Roopnaraine had the idea of interviewing artists in the Caribbean and formed a group including Ray Krill, as we heard from Terry, a filmmaker. My role, not the Stanley's role, was to conduct the interviews. We started first with Guyana, followed by Trinidad, Barbados, Curacao, and Cuba. Because of his deep personal interest in my work, Rupert Roopnaraine also became involved in writing catalog notes for most of my exhibitions held in the Caribbean. His scholarly writing paid attention to my intentions and, more importantly, presented informed perceptions to my work. And Stanley ends, I remain totally indebted to him for the sustained openness and reliability of his friendship. Fraternidad, abrazos. Thank you.
I'm reading some reflections by David Abdulah, Movement for Social Justice, Trinidad and Tobago. I join with so many others in saluting Rupert, a friend and comrade, and give thanks for all that he contributed to this world. I met Rupert on my first visit to Guyana. The year was 1980, and Walter, Rupert, Omowale were on trial for arson, the burning of the PNC Secretariat. In Trinidad and Tobago, we had a solidarity group, the Committee Against Repression in Guyana, CARIG, which was comprised of leading members of the trade union movement and progressive sisters and brothers, one of whom was P.I. Gomes. CARIG was asked to send a representative as an observer for the trial, and I was a designated representative. Alan Alexander was one of the progressive regional attorneys who were going to be part of the defense team, and Alan and I traveled together to Guyana late on a Saturday evening. We both stayed with Rupert. The Sunday afternoon, I had a private meeting with Walter, and later attended and spoke a public meeting in Georgetown, organized by the Guyana Human Rights Association and others. By Monday, the police and immigration were looking for me, and after going to Brickdown Station with my attorney, Moses Bagwan, who was physically prevented from representing me, I was taken to the airport to be deported. My error was not to tell police that I had to collect my bag from where I was staying, and thus inadvertently exposed Rupert's safe house. He never condemned me for my naivete. My next encounter with Rupert was when he came to Trinidad for the memorial for Maurice Bishop and other martyrs of St. George, which we organized in December 1983. The only one that Maurice's mother and sister could attend. George Lamming gave the tribute, as he did for Walter before, and CLR later on. My memory says Rupert also came to Trinidad for CLR's funeral. Thereafter, Rupert was a regular activities that the progressive movement in Trinidad organized. He never said no. Such was his commitment to sharing his wisdom and contributing it to the movement building. He gave a feature address at the annual conference of delegates of the Oilfield Workers Trade Union, attended our major anniversary events, and presented at several education seminars. Rupert's last intervention was in the formative stage of the movement for social justice. A few comrades and I have been working on building a new progressive party and brought together some youth, some trade union activists, and other older political comrades in the collective. Rupert came to Trinidad for a day session in 2007, at which he and Norman Jervon were presenters. Rupert's session got cut short as we all had to attend Lloyd Best's funeral. I visited Guyana a couple of times after Rupert was in government and became Minister of Education. On the first occasion, he was terribly busy with his ministerial responsibilities, but we met at Kara Lodge, where I, of course, was staying. He said it was important work, but having to deal with very many issues was a huge challenge. I also made sure to visit Andai on that visit. On my last visit to Guyana, for a one-day conference organized by CARICOM Secretariat, I had contacted another friend, Tony Farnham, and we together drove to see Rupert at his home. We had a good, and as it turned out, final gaffe. I, like so many others, are honored to be able to say that Rupert Roopnaraine was not only a comrade but a friend. And in doing so, it struck me that all persons named but 4 are no longer with us. They were from a generation of revolutionary Caribbean thinkers and activists who are all missed, but their legacy lives on. Thank you.
It was in 1988 when we both met. He was staying by his close friends, Mark and Kamal Matthews. It was early evening when he came to our home in Brixton. Arusha and Nadia were both 4 and 3 years old at the time. Our first conversations were about the political situation in Guyana. In our conversations, we talked about music, books, and life. In the late evening, he left. A few days later, he called, "Oi, it's Rupert. What are you doing in the next few days?" "Me, nothing." He invited me to holiday with a friend in the Lake District of England, a holiday let. The first home we shared was Dove Cottage, the home of William Wordsworth. What a beginning of house sharing which stood the test of time and still stands today, a home of friends and family. He traveled extensively, and on arrival in London without announcement, he would go, "Oi, I'm in London." Terry's mother, Soraya, lived in the Brixton neighborhood, across the road. A leisurely walk through Brockwell Park, which he loved. It would be coffee and conversations in Soraya's kitchen. He would tell me of his plans while in the UK. The first was to see that his mother Penny and his Aunt Ella were doing well. We did many journeys crossing the Pyrenees with Bob Marley and Fela Kuti on the wire. He never fell asleep, and he would go for miles without saying a word to each other. Then something out of the blue, whether it's a bird, a tree, or a song, and we'd be back into our conversations. Most of it was about Guyana and its people, and importantly, the sufferers. In the miles we traveled together, he was saddened by amongst the midst of stunning beauty, there was so much suffering. We talked a lot about it. Then we talk about the solutions. There's so much to say, but the best is for now. Your love for family, Guyana, humanity. Our journey together in Scotland, I told him there were coconut trees in Scotland. And he was intrigued to go and find out if they existed. Once having a coffee break, we were attacked by midges. And he asked me what they were. They were going into his nose, his ears, his eyes. And he looked at me and asked, "What the hell is this?" I told him it's midges, and they were far worse than the mosquitoes up in Tranquility Hall. We took refuge in the Land Rover and sped off to the mountains of Western Scotland. In the evening at our hotel, we were having a single of Scottish malt whiskey and having conversations with the local Scotsmen. It was the first time that Uncle Rupert realized the hatred the Scots had for the English. He was stunned by this encounter with these tough Scottish men. And guess what? We never found the coconut trees. We were camping out in Bordeaux, France, and we had to go and collect Alicia, who was unable to get back to London by air. So we had to travel by road to Spain to rescue Alicia, who was unable to fly back to London. Our journeys around London, your journeys to Zanzibar, to Uganda, Zimbabwe, and stashing your passport so Mugabe could not get his hands on it. Our days in Brixton, driving about in his beloved Rosine, the Land Rover. Dark as How in tow, Linton Kwesi Johnson, walking up Relton Road. His statesmanship of creating a shebeen in Brixton, 127, which still exists today. Once, having to represent me at Clapham North Police Station for violation of licensing laws. My dad. Things for both of us and our families were good. We took time going to Cambridge to visit his university. I considered myself to be blessed and privileged to be with someone who is remarkable in so many ways. We had similar interests, cricket. He took me to his favorite coffee shop, told me the menu, it's still in his handwriting, only the price has changed. Then off to Fenners, he showed me the list of names on the board. Sobers, Rarely, Murray, Roopnaraine. He laughed. It was either cricket or books. A perfect example of a man who can be whatever he wants to be. He told me about the ball that he bowled Sobers out, sitting by the side with that glee in his face. 2004 in London. He was finishing off some work with Martin Carter and attending meetings at the Commonwealth Secretariat. That's where I met my dear brother, Neville Trotz, and later Maya and Alicia, his daughters. Around 2004, the crime scene spree in Guyana was getting worse. Uncle Rupert was comfortable in London doing what he loves best, writing, finishing off his work on Martin Carter. It was a hot July afternoon when I came home and went to his room. He was with his books, neatly pressed shirt, and he was ready to pack. I won't say this word because it's a bad one, but my dad said, "What is this by?" I asked. Guyana is in trouble. I heading up the East Coast. He loved the East Coast, his tranquility. As he was preparing, we discussed a collaboration of me coming to Guyana. I packed my CDs, my sound system, and I myself headed for the East Coast. We shared the home at Tranquility Hall, endured the floods of 2005, the Lusignan massacre of 2008, and the siege of Buxton and the ensuing chaos. So we went to work. Sundays at Tranquility Hall, some of the finest people were there in Guyana, just on any regular Sunday. My brother had dreams that were realistic. He loved Guyana, he loved his mother, he loved his children, and they loved him. Walk good, dear Roops. And I just want to say I love you, Uncle Rupert, and thank you. You are the epitome of you can pick your family. Love you. Thank you.
We're going to move straight into the second set of tributes. I'm going to first invite Sister Rajkumarie Singh from the Kovanjan Ashram, followed by two childhood friends, Vic Insanally, who is wearing the QC tie, and Ewart Thomas. Ewart is not here. That tribute will be read by Russel Lancaster. And then there will be a video tribute, the first from the West Indies, cricketer Clive Lloyd, followed by a tribute from the cricketer Derek Murray that will be read by Christopher Ram.
Thank you. Pranam. Assalamu alaikum. Good day to all my esteemed brothers and sisters. I feel extremely humbled to speak at the celebration of the life of our late brother, Dr. Rupert Roopnaraine. To say the word late is very painful, but we have to accept it. I was one of the students of Dr. Rupert Roopnaraine, and if I say doctor, we never in front of his face say anything else but Dr. Rupert Roopnaraine. But of course, when his back is turned, we call him Rupert. So I'm going to refer to him as Dr. Rupert Roopnaraine. I was one of the students in his literature class at the University of Guyana in the 80s. As our lecturer, our entire class was extremely fascinated by his approach to teaching. In the course Literary Theory and Criticism, he guided us through the course by sharing his knowledge in various writers and their theories without even glancing at any notes, as Terry said and the others said, or giving us any notes. We were expected to read, analyze, and have our own critical assessment of various writers in different genres. In order for us to read extensively, he opened his library to us. Many speakers spoke about that. At his home, which was then in New Garden Street. Some of his lectures were even done at his home in a most informative and informal manner. Many of us were intrigued and became prolific readers as we developed our own creativity, analytical, and critical thinking skills. It was a joy to be in his class. Someone said that before me. Dr. Roopnaraine was a highly philosophical man, and I recall very vividly an experience with him as we were reading the novel A Passage to India by E.M. Forrester. He came to me early that morning before he began his lecture, and he started asking me about various philosophies of Hinduism as he read the character God Bully in the novel. Being young and not so confident about my knowledge and philosophy on Hinduism at that time, I hesitated. And then I said, I may not have all the answers you are seeking now, Doc, but I can take you to someone who can answer all your questions. I took him to the Covanjawan ashram, and he met the late Swami Vidyananda. He had long discussions at the ashram, and he said he found the peace he was looking for. He attended many Mahashivratri festivals, and he even made a film entitled Mahashivratri, An Experience in Belief. He shared with me that he had many useful experiences and beautiful experiences as he was making the film. The person he wanted to share the joy he found at the ashram, and he would invite all his friends to visit. Sister Vanda, Sister Jocelyn, Brother UC, and all the others whose name I can't remember now, would come down to the ashram to visit and to have talks with Swami Vidyananda, or just simply that they will walk around the lawns of the ashram and feel the peace of the ashram. I see him as a very humble, caring, and brilliant individual who served selflessly in this beautiful land of ours. And in whatever capacity he was asked to do so, he served without asking for rewards. Dr. Rupert Roopnaraine was a great karma yogi. And as such, as it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, verse 20, unattached in his work and its fruit, contented with himself, reluctant to look for shelter and security, he virtually does nothing even if he's active, end of quote. I relate this verse to this great son of Guyana, who served selflessly to us, his students, and possibly to all who came in contact with him. I was not in contact with him for many years, and I never knew he was that ill, or else I would have gone to see him at Unity. I'm so sorry about that. I pray that his soul, who is a spark of the divine, will unite with the divine, and he attained that self-realization. I extend my condolences to Terry and family, Alissa and family, extended family, Sister Jocelyn, Vanda, and all the others who are very close to him. Take consolation in the fact that whatever were his ideologies and whatever work he did selflessly, that all of us could take one step of it and put it in our lives to serve this beautiful country of us, wherever we are. Hari Om Shanti, 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 Hari Om. Thank you.
Good day. You don't have to clap because I've made it up here on my own. But when I arrived this morning and I took a peep at the program, I said we are in for the long haul. And when Alissa wished that we had breakfast, I said maybe lunch would be needed too. But it's nice to be here, if simply to see Omowale, looking like the young man he was so many years ago. and Wazir, who I didn't recognize. He has become so distinguished. But it's great to be here. I'm listed to share the podium with one of my friends from long ago. He was he is a great friend of Rupert. In 1960, Ewart Thomas was one of the brightest of our kind. He was in the maths division. Rupert and I were in the classics. I was unlucky. I had Walter Rodney in my ear. But I have asked a fellow Queen's College student to join me up here, just for the comfort. If she's still around, if Dawn Holder is still here. Dawn is the daughter of Terry Holder, who is a dear friend of Rupert. We were all in the classical sixth many years ago, and we had lots of good time. So thank you, Dawn. And you try not to distract them from what I have to say. Well, I got a spot on this morning's program because I'm the oldest of Rupert's friends alive in Guyana. I say I put in the qualification because Omawale is here, and he is at least a year, 3 years, 4 years. I don't believe that. Anyway, never, maths wasn't as strong. Anyway. And I will let you know that this is the only time that I will allow them to use the adjective oldest in front of my name. So the only other one that I know who's alive, and I would like to have his name mentioned here too, because of the friendship he shared with Rupert, is Professor Winston McGowan, who is not well enough to be here. Dawn, as I said, is Terry's daughter. So I'm unashamedly proud of the fact for the Queen's College education that I had. I don't know what would have become of me, I believe, looking back, had I not squeezed into Queen's. Because although some people say Queen's College students are the salt of the earth, I wouldn't go that far. I'd say we'd be a couple of pinches away. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to offer the collected condolences of all Queen's College alumni, many scattered around the world in places like Canada, the Caribbean, UK, and the USA, and particularly those alumni from the golden decade of the 1950s. You fall in that? Okay. Condolences to Terry and Alicia and their families, to Bob, Rupert's brother, who may be listening or looking at this on Zoom, and who may be still in faraway Mauritius. And condolences to what I call the Guyana crew. It would be headed by Jocelyn and Vanda and Danuta and all of those, all that faithful lot, and people from the WPA, the party that Rupert espoused. And they all got together this morning to honor Rupert with this wonderful setting here today. Thank you. We are here to mourn, to celebrate a life and a legacy, and really to say so long to a dear friend. So much has already been said about that legacy. It's the kind of legacy that when you start going through it and you think you've reached the end at the page, you see the 3 letters, PTO. You have to continue, and it can't be finished in one session like this. a lot of that will be repeated here today. And since the last couple of years, that maybe don't want to do anything with politics, I'm so glad I'm only talking about Queen's College today. There's no shortage of things to say about Rupert. And if there was, what appeared in the newspapers this last week, Dawn actually wrote a piece. Where am I? Yeah, you got to search, it's behind here. You got to search for a copy of The Terror and the Time, a film that he directed when he formed that Victor Hara group way back in 1976. You have to read his poetry, his work on Martin Carter, Stanley Greaves. Get a copy of the book, The Sky's Wild Noise. Rupert was a very close friend. Maybe out of all of this and all that happened in the struggle before, you can mesh the two narratives and produce, like what he signed, RRR, produce a document like Remembering Rodney and Roopnaraine. Because if Walter lives, Rupert lives. And I guess if that happens, the WPA will live on. Maybe out of this too, at a personal level, I'm excited because of the possibility of talks that I happen to hear on the phone between Terry and my daughter Sarah, thinking of doing something, of coming back in Guyana and putting their knowledge together. Terry has a doctorate in anthropology and Sarah in public health and development. And they're hoping to form a think tank that I'm sure would get Rupert's blessing, called Propel. That's the acronym. And it would be based in Guyana. I forgot to bring my water up. That happens from time to time. Throughout his life, Rupert has always had the good fortune of having, thank you very much, Russell. Rupert has always had the good fortune of having a support group of family and friends who would be there for him. In the beginning, it was his parents. Two people I have always known as Crumpy and Penny, who, wanting to ensure that he got off to a right start, decided to invest hard-earned money to enroll him in a private school with the sole purpose of Rupert winning a scholarship to get a free place at Queen's College. The year was 1952. Rupert was 9 and I was 10. The family moved down from Kitty to just 1 block away from where I lived in First Street, Albertown. The school was ambitiously named the British Guyana Education Trust College. Its home was a relatively old 2-storied building, the League of Colored People's Meeting Hall, in Charlotte Street, between Camp and Wellington Street. Cheddy Jagan had just opened up his dental clinic 2 doors away. Jesse Burnham ran a cake shop next to the school where you could get a small lemonade for 3 cents. And Calvin White's Invaders Steel Band used to practice across the road. Humble beginnings for a great educator. I was already there when Penny decided I would be Rupert's big brother. a role I didn't mind, as it had many benefits. I sat the Government County Scholarship in 1953 and just made it to Queens, barely, because that was the year 53 that the PPP swept the polls. Forbes Burnham was Minister of Education. And at the same time, the Queen was being crowned in London, England. And together, the Minister of Education, Forbes Burnham, that is the irony in this story, he extended the number of scholarships available because the only ones on hand to get were already spoken for by, they said you were Thomas, who topped the country, along with Gordon Rollaire and a boy called Nelroy Jackson, who was Rashley's brother. So there was these additional coronation scholarships. So the likes of Walter Rodney, Walter Ramsahoy, myself, and a whole host of people managed to get into Queen's College. 1 year later, Rupert easily passed without any fuss. He had, sometime later in the year, the only birthday party that I attended as a boy. And I can't remember boys going to birthday parties then. And Rupert had all of us, all the guys from BG Trust and the ones he was going to sing, in this top flat in First Street, Albertown, where you had things, because this, remember, is reminiscing. We had things like prunes with peanut butter inside, and homemade ice cream being made as we spoke in the kitchen. And everybody dressed in their Sunday best, black short pants and white shirts. The problem for me, bearing in mind where we were in those days, was what could I give them for a gift? It was either a cake of soap, something useful, or a tube of toothpaste. But even that proved beyond me. And I managed to find a book about a fellow called Biggles, who was a pilot or something. And it was given to me as a prize for my excellent work in the year before. So I carefully cut out that first page and put to Dear Rupert on his 11th birthday, and it worked. The close relationship with Rupert continued through the next 6 years. Both of us majoring in the classical languages. Rupert excelled in cricket as an off-spinner and the captain of his school team. He eventually settled during that time in Ammon Street in Queenstown, where he lived in a back cottage. And that entire pathway, which was like 2 cricket pitches, were used meaningfully in those years for Rupert to practice his bowling skills. Rupert went on to win, the British Guiana Scholarship in 1962. I met him in London. I was there already. We spent 2 nights together in Clapham Common before he went up to Cambridge. And Europe, or whoever speaks for him, will be carrying on that saga to take you through the years that he was at Cambridge. Around 1970, and I don't need to go into all that happened there, was when Rupert came back. And Walter, I think, was already here, and they formed this wonderful getting together. I guess I was on the sidelines of all of that. I had married and settled down. I am still settled down. And was there to help the cause in whatever way I could. Usually, it was if Jocelyn was short of a couple of pennies to make the week's wages and things like that, or We helped when Walter couldn't work to earn any money. He wrote those wonderful little books, Kofi Badu out of Africa and things like that. And we serialized them on radio and got some money and all of that kind of thing. So there was lots of interesting times. The same terror in the time that they talk about, I was very aware of that because most nights they were home. We had just moved into a new home in Lamaha Gardens. And Rupert, a young girl called Luana, and a guy called Susumu or something like that, they would turn up every night, hungry and thirsty. So whatever you had in the fridge, Pat would disappear by the next morning. But that's where they came and stored all the reels for the terror in the time. Because you see, they had gotten permission by presenting the need for another cause, for whatever they were filming. It could have been that they had offered to film how Guyana was progressing in that time, when in fact that was far from what they wanted to achieve. And so we got into the picture, and that led to the invitation of police to turn up at my home every Saturday morning, just a courtesy call, just dropping in. Didn't know what they were looking for. But when they found that I had a good collection of VCR tapes with all the fights that Muhammad Ali did and things like that, they came every week and would settle for one of those and left very contentedly. Well, I could go on like this forever, so that's why I brought her here, to kick me in the toe when that happens. Because all that happened. I knew Rupert would not be here much longer. Jocelyn had me to a soup lunch a couple of days ago. And, you know, I tried my best. I had this thing that I could make any QC schoolboy coming back home, tell them something that would make them laugh. But it was hard even to get Rupert to do that. And that was, you know, the sign that all wasn't well. And so in the early hours of Monday morning, Republic Day, Terry and his wife, I think, arrived just in time to rush him down to the public hospital, where death came as a friend. To him. My hope, my belief, is that Rupert's soul, his spirit, will go marching on.
It is never an easy thing to come after a Vic Insanally. My name is Russel Lancaster, and I've been asked to read the tribute by Professor Ewart Thomas. Vic mentioned, of course, that he did not know of Rupert's Cambridge days, and Ewart Thomas, who was his pal at Queen's College, writes of that time. He calls it the essence of Rupert. My name is Ewart Thomas. I hope that our attendance and our messages today will be as an abiding balm to Rupert's family, especially those like Jocelyn Dow, who cared for him lovingly and unstintedly during the last quiet years of his life. Rupert and I shared many of the experiences that defined our formative years, the high school years at Queen's College during the 1950s, and then a few years in the mid-1960s at Cambridge University. The major political events of 1953 set the stage for the education our generation at QC received inside and out of the curriculum. This experience, I believe, is a major source of the arc that led Rupert, 15 years later, to his political activism in Guyana, alongside Walter Rodney and others in the Working People's Alliance. My friendship with Rupert really started when I arrived at Cambridge as a graduate student in 1963, the year after Rupert got there. The joyfulness of his welcome and the generosity with which he introduced Cambridge to me were invaluable as I adjusted to the difficult mathematics in the classroom and the traditional English reserve in the extracurricular spaces. But the instruction for which I was most grateful was Rupert's informal guidance in that interdisciplinary mix of literary and social theory now known as comparative literature. He introduced me to canonical texts that had eluded me and to exciting new cultural products, such as the French New Wave films. I will always be grateful for those tutorials. This week I learned that this Rupert effect was felt by many others whose prior education was much broader than mine. I heard from Mike Brearley, who lived in the same house as Rupert in the 1963-64 year. Mike will be well known to many of you, in the words of a 2015 article, as England's greatest ever cricket captain, quote. But more relevant to my point is the fact that Mike was a distinguished student at St. John's College, where he read classics and moral sciences and achieved a first-class degree in classics. There is breadth and depth here. And yet, according to Mike, Rupert was far more advanced and adventurous in his thinking and speech than me and many other naive British undergraduates of the time. We were a small, distinguished group of Guyanese students orbiting around Rupert, including Miles Stobie, Walter Ramsahoy, James Kroll, and Wilfred Suchand, and we dearly wanted Rupert to earn his blue in cricket. This he did in 1965, despite our concerns and those of his captain that his penchant for bridge, a wholly nocturnal pastime, would interfere with his physical conditioning. Our concerns started during the 1964 game at Fenners between Cambridge, with Mike as captain, and the touring Australian side with Bob Simpson as captain. Cambridge batted first and scored 251, and then bowled the Aussies out for 346. Rupert bowled 30 overs, getting 2 wickets for 69, including that of Simpson, stumped for 95. Late in the day, Rupert got cramp in his legs, and they virtually had to carry him off the field. As he was being celebrated that day as a wounded warrior, Mike couldn't resist suggesting to Rupert that, and I quote, "Playing bridge all night was not necessarily the best preparation for a top-class athlete," end of quote. That year, Derek Murray came to Cambridge, and he was Rupert's captain in 1966 when Cambridge played the West Indies, with Gary Sobers as captain. In that game, Rupert bagged 2 wickets for 88, including Gary's, LBW for 83. But this time, he had to bowl 35 overs to get his results, and yet there were no reports of casualties. Was it that it was a lesson learnt, or merely that Rupert was 2 years stronger? I spoke to Derek this week, and he was emphatic that there was absolutely no diminution in Rupert's passion for bridge, although he did concede that Rupert may have been better nourished in 1966. In the midst of all this joking about cramping, memories resurfaced, unbidden, of all the causal factors actually in play during that second-year period. They can be summarized in 2 words: Soraya, Ishmael. The 2 were married in the middle of this period, and I served as Rupert's best man. I imagine Rupert in the last stages of his flight home to the ancestors, picking up a couple of comrades, Soraya and Dai, Walter and Ohene. Rest in peace, my brother. Thank you.
Firstly, I extend my deepest and most sincere condolences to Rupert's family. May God continue to comfort you at this time of profound grief. This is a very solemn moment for me, personally, although it's an honor and a privilege to pay tribute to Rupert Roopnaraine, a very well-respected Guyanese sportsman and an astute politician who had decades of experience in the political arena. Rupert was one of the finest and brightest Guyanese minds who attended the prestigious Cambridge University in the UK and Queen's College in Guyana. I grew up with Rupert in Georgetown, Queenstown, and we played cricket day and night, along with his brother, whose nickname was Fishy. Fishy was a very good cricketer, and we were the pride of Queenstown. I have such precious memories of those days. Rupert was a natural. His tact and skills were like that of a diplomat. According to the cricketing analogy, he was a safe pair of hands. Such was everyone's confidence in Rupert's ability to deal with a matter or issue. They'd be confident that it's in a very safe and capable hands. He dealt with matters with style and aplomb. Guyana has lost a great Guyanese, and I have lost a very dear friend. We shall miss his engaging smile and his wonderful demeanor. Farewell, Rupert, my dearest friend. May God continue to comfort your family, and may your gentle soul rest in the peace of God and rise in glory.
It's a bittersweet privilege for me to read this message from Derek Murray, who knew Rupert for approximately 67 years. Derek regrets that he's unable to be here today, and he has asked me to please do justice to his message. A life well lived, Derek wrote, may be a cliched expression, but it is a simple, straightforward statement that aptly describes the legacy of Rupert Roopnaraine. For anyone who encountered him, however briefly or otherwise, Rupert left an indelible mark through his obvious intelligence and effervescent personality. Rupert is truly a special friend, nay, a brother, who approached every activity with great, overwhelming enthusiasm, indeed, passion. Cricket, bridge, politics, education, wine, food, culture, family, and friendship, and so much more. I first met Rup when a Queen's Royal College team from Trinidad and Tobago visited Queen's College in Guyana in 1959 to compete at cricket, football, and athletics. A wonderful reciprocal arrangement which ostensibly promoted a wider sporting rivalry, but more importantly, an opportunity for fostering lifelong friendships and regional networks. I then had the privilege of following Rupert to Cambridge University in 1964, where he undertook the role of initiating me in the Cambridge culture and, more importantly, weaving me into his family circle. During and immediately after our university years, our personal and family relationships flourished to include my wife Maureen and his wife Soraya, his brother Bob, and parents who Roop always referred to lovingly and respectfully as Penny and Crumbs. Our cricket, and particularly West Indies cricket, is an obvious prevailing shared passion. This was a time of West Indies cricket coming of age, whereas it was the time when, in England, university cricket was coming to terms with the reality of not being able to accommodate the recruitment of mature student cricketers to compete with seasoned county teams. In that context, Rupert was able to establish himself as Mr. Dependable of the Cambridge bowling attack over his 4 years on the team, a bowler highly respected by teammates and opponents alike. Another of his passions was bridge, at which he was mentoring Saraya's development. However, there were times when his extreme passion proved counterproductive. Maureen was an avid observer, and due to Soraya being reduced to tears of frustration with Roop's impatience, often recorded in our scorecards as rain-stopped play, she decided to forego any opportunity to learn the game. Maureen and I will always cherish our ties with the Roopnaraines, especially the times when we exchange in-person visits. Again, there were even times when too good a thing could be counterproductive for me, like when Roop would question why I had so many shirts, and he would magnanimously offer to relieve me of a couple of them. He obviously had impeccable taste, but did he always have to choose my favorite shirts? Nevertheless, Roop's passion for the works of Baudelaire, Camus, Picasso, for filmmaking, for haute cuisine and wine was ever undiminished and always inspiring, as was his entry into the political arena, and especially in his beloved Guyana. And I may just inject one country there in Grenada as well, where I served for 4 years. His legacy will live on. Maureen joins me in extending heartfelt condolences to his son Terry and daughter Alicia, his other surviving blood relatives, as his wider chosen family. The happy memories we share of him will sustain us all. May he rest in peace, and may light perpetually shine upon him. A life well lived. And may I impose on you for 1 more minute whilst I offer my own comments. To his wonderful family, my condolences. Rest in peace, Rupert. Your own restless and unique way, may your legacy live on in the lives of the generations of Guyanese who were better for your leadership, courage, and steadfast service during one of the most difficult and traumatic periods of our country's history. We promise you, Brother Rupert, the drums will not be silenced, the bell will not stop ringing, and your voice will always resonate for us. Fare you well, my brother.
Chucky and Buxton Fusion. Thank you also to Ras Camo, all those who provided the soundtrack for today. What better way than with these drums to introduce our final tribute today. I am delighted to welcome Omowale to the stage, the lone survivor of the Arson 3.
Like many who love Rupert Roopnaraine, we unavoidably have some regret at his passing. But for me, certainly, there's a trove of wonderful memories that mean that he will live on in my mind. I was 3 years older than Rupert, and so although I went to Queen's College like he did, we did not grow up as school friends. I first got to know and to love Rupert when we were activists in the Working People's Alliance resisting the dictatorship. I had been working at the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization in 1979, but that came to a sudden halt when I was caught up in the aftermath of the events of July 10. The arson trials and the assassination of Brother Walter Rodney. A few of us had been incarcerated, well, jailed. And when I came out from detention to Georgetown, I met Rupert, Walter Rodney, Kwame Apata, and some of the others who had come from their various detention centers to meet in Georgetown. And I remember very fondly Rupert because of his empathy. He was encouraging and was very helpful in giving advice in my recovery because I had been on hunger strike while in the BV police station. Rupert had many sides to him. He had encouraged me to become the organizing secretary of the newly formed Working People's Alliance. Under his guidance and leadership, I had established party groups along the Demerara and Berbice coast and organized political education for those nuclei that we had formed. That was the essence of our political engagement. But from time to time, we shared living accommodation and travel arrangements, and I got to know another side of Rupert, the philosopher, the poet, the communicator, and the humanist. By that time, I had become very wary and much troubled by the racial antagonisms that permeated the country. But living and working with Rupert, I became aware of Indo-Guyanese humanism. I was fortunate to have that further embellished by an ongoing friendship with Moses Bagwan and other activists in the Working People's Alliance. When I met Rupert's parents, Crumpy and Penny, I became immediately aware of the way in which his upbringing would result in the character that we grew to know and to love. So today, I say to Terry and to Alicia and to all the extended family, passing is always sad, but we should not let the fact that he will no longer walk among us overpower our feelings. Consider how privileged we were to have been touched in many ways by Rupert. And to know that the brother is going to be with us, encouraging us to look like he did for levity, even in the unavoidable periods of darkness, and to inspire us in our various ways to make our world a better place. I leave you with that thought because Rupert lives.
All those tributes have been so beautiful. I think I cried through all of them. And I just, because she won't say it herself, I'd like to start with asking you all to give a massive round of applause for the wonderful emceeing by Alissa Trotz. Rupert Roopnaraine loved Martin Carter. He loved the man himself, and he loved his poetry, especially some of the later poems, which Rupert described as faceted gems. And yes, they were difficult to understand, maybe at a first reading. What Rupert was magnificent at was at rereading Martin's poems. And as Rajkumarie said, as his student, he brought such depth and breadth into all of his teaching. So these poems were chosen because they were some of Rupert's favorite ones, and also because they are so fitting as we say farewell to our friend and comrade. This poem is called Our Time. The more the men of our time we are, the more our time is. But always, we have been somewhere else, muttering our mouths like holes in the mud at the bottom of trenches, looking for what is not anywhere or certain. Is it only just a misfortune to be as we are, bad luck carefully chosen? In parallel seasons, if rain is any hour, if trees abandoned wind, what of the others? Badly abused, we fail to curse. Our fury pleads, yet fury should be fire, if not light. And what is the mother of fury, if not ours? For any man and for any time, one dream is enough. This is true. And the final poem that we'll read in tribute to our brother Roopnaraine, and in a way as a tribute to the eternal words of wisdom of Martin Carter. This poem is called The Great Dark. And in conversation with Martin, he said to me that this was one of the very few poems that came to him wholesale. Most of the time Martin wrote, he spent maybe years with each word, each punctuation, each nuance. But this one, called The Great Dark, he said just came to him like the wind. The Great Dark. Orbiting the sun itself has a sun, and the earth a moon, a man a mind. And life is not a matter of the mother only. It is also a question of the probability of the spirit, strength of the web of the ever-weaving weaver. I know not how to speak of, caught as I am in the great dark of the bright connection of words. And the linked power of love holds the restless wind, even though the sky shudders and life orbits around time, around death. It holds the restless wind as each might hold each other. As each might hold each other.
As we have heard, Rupert absolutely adored children. He celebrated their as yet unbounded curiosity, wonder, and joy. There is at work here a fundamental politics of decency, a commitment to always start with the littlest among us, taking them seriously, engaging them, and therefore growing them to engage each other always, only with courtesy, with dignity, and with respect, even perhaps especially when there is disagreement. I'd like to invite Bonita Harris to share with you the parent pledge from Cato, Kurukabari, and Paramakatoy.
Namaskar. I bow to the divine in you. You know, Alicia spoke in her remarks about the importance of us taking care of our elders and our parents. And I want to repeat that in addition to Rupert's concern and love for children. We're looking today at his life and legacy, but there are two things that unfortunately he attempted to do but will not be part of his life and legacy, but it is something all of us could do. One of them is his urging for choirs to be taught in schools, to be used in schools so that everybody, children, are singing. The other thing is his banning as a Minister of Education of corporal punishment in school. Now, I do not understand why we have to tell people, you cannot hurt children. Nobody needs to be told that. Right? So it's not just a ministry, it is something that each one of us should be doing. So what I want to end this program with before Jocelyn wraps it up is I want everybody to rise, please. I want you to put your hand on your heart. You can repeat after me, but it is reprinted on the inside cover of your program. So I will say the first line, and you repeat after me. I pledge to show love and care to all children, my children, and the children of others, to help them grow up feeling safe and happy. I pledge never to hurt them. In mind, spirit, or body. But to teach, and teach, and keep on teaching them, by my words and actions, forever and ever, always. Oye! This is in memory of Karen D'Souza, who could not be here, and that's how she started off all of our public meetings in the old days. Blessings, one love.
One slight change before we wrap. I have been advised, since I am in many ways not a good QC alumna, and this would have passed me by, I can't lie, that Rupert's classmates and alumni would like to ask everyone to stand and sing the first verse of Laude Gratimur Scholae. I defer to Vic, who asked to lead this. Ms. Jem Roller, past headmistress, will lead us in song.
All right, before you sing, I could not miss this funeral because I was a prominent student of the deceased, as well as going to his home and his library too. And I am a literature specialist and was at Queen's College through him. We sing only one stanza. Lord, that's the pitch. When the song is being sung, everyone stands. Lode gratemos colai, nostri conditores, disinam luben ludo, et laboremores, corpus iti disanam, sanam mensa vabe, reginae collegium, disanos sanctae. Thank you, and you may be seated.
Who had come to Guyana. It was based on footage that they managed to sneak out of Guyana after the assassination of Walter Rodney. Yeah. Vanda asked me on the record that that footage was sneaked out of Guyana in the cricket gear of Derek Murray. The song, that haunting song, is by the Chilean group Inti Illimani. The song is entitled Ho Chi Minh City. Thank you, Luann, for that. I just want to recognize, on behalf of Luann Susumu and Ray Krill, Ray's words, quote, "Joy fills my memory in having been part of his amazing life, having loved him, and being able to share with each other the overlapping creative life that fulfilled us and gave this passage through life meaning and soul." We have just opened a website where you can read all of these tributes, and we will be adding more, and you can submit your own tribute. It is www.rupertroopnaraine.info. www.rupertroopnaraine.info. Thanks due to Maya Trotz for heeding the summons issued by the aunts 2 days ago, and to Vikram Tamboli and Luann Jones for staying up well past the witching hour last night to edit and submit photographs. We invite everyone to please sign the condolence book before you leave. Make sure you have a copy of the wonderful program that in true WPA style was done collectively, especially by Vanda Radzik, Bonita Harris, and Lloyd Blanchard. Yes, I'm about to do that. Don't worry, you ain't forgetting nobody. I ain't gonna know y'all. Remind me after. Please ensure you collect the fantastic bookmark with the artwork done by Bonita Radzik, who had also designed the bookmark for And I. In an interview that Aunt Jocelyn and I did with Uncle Rupert in Mahaica in 2021, Uncle Rupert said, quote, "I believe I lived an honorable life. I see no need to defend myself," end quote. His work is done, and his rich example is there for all of us for the work now required, the work to be done, and the work yet to come. We miss him. I'd like to thank the Liana Kane crew for this absolutely beautiful coffin. And before we move Rupert over for the cremation, I want to turn things over to my aunt, the real powerhouse, the real MC, Jocelyn Dow. Thank you, everyone.
You know, it was always an issue. I never joined the WP, I have to let you know, because I said I would prefer to be one of those business people who helped without a vote, right, in the party. And today, of course, I really wish to acknowledge, sometimes I always say I'm in the background, but people who have been significant in the recent years of Rupert's life. I want to begin with Kamal Duki, who has been nothing but a good friend and a wonderful person to Rupert for the last several years. Kamal, hail up. And of course, when the issue came down as to where are we going to have this service, I, kind of tossed it around. I said, well, it would have to be where he doesn't have to travel anymore. It would be here. Carl Nematali, of course, comes from New Amsterdam, which is where I come from. So I've known him and his family a long time. So Carl, Sonia, Mr. Cummings, and the rest of the crew here at Memorial Gardens, I want to thank you, not just for having us here, but working on days that you don't normally work. So thank you very much for that. And around us, and especially in the last few months of Rupert's life, there have been a number of caregivers. Sometimes, I think he got irritated with some of us, and whenever I went to Mahaica, with recent years, he said, I want to go home. And I said, you're home. You're not at me this time. And as his memory diminished, people thought he had Alzheimer's. He did not. But what I think was very true is that Rupert understood that he was not saying the things he was thinking or could not express his thoughts carefully, and he chose a certain kind of silence. The drums and the music, and Camo, who has been a faithful companion in the many, many meals that Rupert cooked at Mahaica, sometimes 50 people to lunch, and he would cook it all. It was great times. Raquel and many of them, the young ones that we call them, would be there. Simone Mangle, Raquel, a slew of people. And, as we reflect on today, end of an era in a certain sense, but really, Rupert cannot be said to have died. His words are substantial. His energy is amongst us. And more importantly, a collective love for his passion for Guyana informs us as we go forward. I really wish to say that those who are in the seats of power, whether they're in or out of government, that we all have a commitment to make this place a more equal place. A more equal place in every way. And I got a call from a friend from abroad and said, why haven't you called it a closing? I said, because we're not closing anything. I'm just wrapping up the day. And today, I want to say to those abroad who have called, Derek and I spoke, Hubert was on the phone, you know, people who have had a long and passionate relationship to Rupert. And particularly, I want to thank Joan and Omawali for making this journey here. As he said, he is 3 years older than Rupert, and he stopped playing pickleball, he told me a few years ago, which kept him fit. But it is great to have us all here assembled, who had been a part of this old group, gang almost, David, who was locked up in Sibley Hall, people forget that, for 3 years, David Hines. That Ogun, similarly, and Trotty, who kept the center going. This has been a long journey. It has cost many people their families and their income and lots of other things. But, you know, I think we were all committed separately to a better world. Steve, I was so glad to hear from you last night. And Steve Sewage Valley, who used to spend many drop-in times at Mahaika. You know, times have not always been kind to the differences. But I think that if we commit here, like Bonita would like, very teacher-like, repeat after me, that we commit to doing whatever we can to make our reality better for all. So thank you so much for coming. And Alissa, I thank you for taking time off her stint in Grenada to be the perfect MC. And of course, Vanda and Danuta and all the rest who, as we sat down, as we always have, when we're editing something, arguing over words, a comma, a dash. But you know, for today it was important, as it always is, that it be word perfect for Rupert, as indeed I think the program has been. And in fact, Bonita reminds me that one of the things, when we thank the public hospital, Rupert always felt that if I get sick, really sick, take me to the public hospital. And we have never taken him to a private hospital. He was magnificently looked after by all the people there. And they used to tell me, Miss Dow, they have on his chart a VVIP. So Frank Anthony and the team, I know that he was thanked by Alissa, but you know, Alissa, I'm always mixing them up, but I want to say that it gave me great pride to say that his faith and his promise that we could do very well in our public space was certainly an enduring one in his life. Thank you very much. Oh, by the way, sorry, redemption song, hold your redemption. We are going to be having, the musicians will continue to play, so if you wish to mix and mingle as the coffin goes over to the chapel. Okay, thank you so much. Camo, over to you. And drummers.